Welcome everyone. Today we have a Dota autochess guide with assassins, especially with 9 assassins and also 3-star assassins. Now I know this is a very popular build and we had a lot of demands from our viewers to look at this one. I want to cover assassins, and you can see here there's a little slack over here. I want to cover assassins and also mages, and over here you can see there's a player also happened to be AFK. So I have actually prepared several copies of different builds for assassins, and the focus will be the strongest assassin build together with itemization, which is important. Then we'll look into how to roll with 3-star assassins and everything that's related. So in some of the older copies when I was rolling for 3-star assassins, you can notice that sometimes the slug is only 1 cost. Right now slug has changed to 2 costs. So I haven't been playing a lot of rolling assassins, but more focused on getting high rank assassins to 2-star like the Templar Assassin, Queen of Pain, and the late game assassins. Now, coming back to the game, how do you want to play assassins is of course finding early game assassins. This include the tier 1 unit with Spirit Breaker and also tier 2 slug. Slug becoming tier 2 is actually not bad for us, simply because, well, there's more stats for Slug, there's less people playing assassins, and together with everything else, Slug is quite strong, especially finding Mask of Madness. So the first item that I'm looking for tier 3 item to decide whether I want to play assassins is a tier 2 item with Mask of Madness. This item works on both of the early game assassins. It gives you attack speed and some lifesteal. This works on Spirit Breaker, this also works on Slug. The second thing I tend to look for when I'm playing assassins is actually what are the legendaries. So here what I want to show you guys is, let's see if we get to see it. We got to see the early game legendaries. So 2 things will happen. Sometimes you'll see there's a lot of assassins, Queen of Pain and also Templar Assassin. Having one of them is decent for assassins. Having both makes a very good solid assassin game if you play for the late game. And in this particular game there was no legendary assassins, but let's see what happens as we keep playing. So this game, I just want to show you guys that I prioritize on finding a lot of early game assassins and also finding the Mask of Madness. And let's keep going. After finding assassins, I'm also playing with Panda. Panda is not bad. The Panda Brewmaster have a lot of stats, and together with ability to blind and also even ignite enemies, this can give you some decent stats. And you can see I even went a little offensive to go with double Panda Brewmaster, and this kind of helped us to establish some early game wins with additional income. Now, a big factor you see here, you may be like, okay, not all the games are like this. Yes, not all the games are you lucky enough to find a 2-star slug. It's more often for you to find a 2-star Spirit Breaker, and you can use the same thing. Mask of Madness, anything with attack speed, anything with armor reduction, and anything that provide you with a bit of lifesteal is great for assassins. I always recommend more attack speed, higher damage, and also more offense with assassins. You're not here to try to be defensive. The harder you hit, the quicker they die, the easier for you to play assassins. And finding the 2-star slug basically means that I can easily go into the 3 assassins, and you can look for slug, morphling, and also Spirit Breaker. Any tier 3 assassins are good at this stage, and sometimes even if you don't find assassins, running a losing streak or just going with something that is more generic like the warriors or goblins can work. You don't have to start with assassins. And during this time, of course, you can go with the Faceless Void. Finding anything that is strong in the front line like Panda Brewmaster, maybe something like the Mars over here, or sometimes just finding a tier 3 Earthshaker together with Spirit Breaker gives you a lot of frontliners that allows you to push the backline, because assassins go for the backline. So fast forward a little bit, you can see I am playing a greedy win streak assassin. Because I know I have the slug to 2-star, this really allows me to curve into assassins, and with the changes to assassins, not many other players are playing assassins because slug is not that easily obtainable. In the past, slug is everywhere. Now with a 2-star slug or tier 2 slug, you can see with Mask of Madness, he literally soloed a 2-star tier 3 Earthshaker. that was pretty cool, right? So definitely some early game itemization with lifesteal, attack speed on the slug or on the Spirit Breaker gives you a lot of room for improvement, and this allows you to curve into the later stage of the game. Let's have a look at the round 10 with relics. So firstly, of course, we have a look what are the relics that's available. I'm looking for the Dumbalone, but we don't have that. And anything else, I can go for the Forge, but it's a little too early. So to be honest, there isn't any great, relics for my particular situation. Let's have a look where we go. So we do have the Win Streak Protector. this one's pretty funny. We'll see what happens. If you have seen our relic guide, I often recommend going with not picking the relic until you're about to lose. But I did make a mistake in this game, and you'll see what happens very soon, which is a face-palming mistake. So, one power spike for assassins is getting to 6 assassins, and then the final power spike is getting to 9 assassins. I'll fast forward this replay a little bit simply because at this moment I'm looking for units that I want to ban for assassins. So, one thing about banning units, you only do this after you have over 40 gold and a surplus gold is used to ban units. And this happens for 2 things, whether you want low tier units to roll for 3 stars or you want high tier units to roll for 2 stars. Once you set the priority, you can take some time looking for what are the best bans, and sometimes this will boost your legendary rate. I can ban the Beast, and this will take away Pango, or I can ban the humans. This will also take away Oni Knight. Usually I like to ban the humans if I'm not playing mages and trying to go for high rank. And of course over here, just to show you guys, if I were to roll in for tier 3 units, I can actually ban the warlocks. So to show you guys over here, not many people ban warlocks, but warlocks take away 3 units from the tier 3 section. And this is really good if you're rolling for something like Marcy, if you're rolling for anything that is tier 3. But of course here we'll be rolling and also banning for humans because we want tier 4 and also legendary assassins. At this stage we don't know if there are any legendary assassins. So the bigger focus is actually banning humans to get tier 4 assassins. Now coming back to the game, you can see I have the surplus gold. I'll be banning the humans, and I know after round 15 I'll have enough gold to make back to 40. And I continuously to get my assassins. A very important assassin is actually Stealth Assassin. A tier 2 Stealth Assassin gives you the upper hand. If you do not have Stealth Assassin, the game is much harder, because you need the early 2 seconds to jump onto enemies before they can cast, and they also have chances to miss. And I had 2 Mouths of Madness, so I even give one to the Stealth Assassin. So here something silly happens. So what happens is I am keeping my win streak, right? I want to keep my win streak. I'm allocating items, and I even got Panda, so I got the Spirit over here. So what's happening is here, if you have a look, I'm constantly monitor the fight to see if I'm about to lose. And if I am about to lose, I want to pick my Certainty Loop, the Kuro over here, to protect my win streak so that I can last for 10 rounds. But you can see running a win streak and getting distracted. I was a little bit too overconfident over here, thinking, hey, no one can beat me. And I think this is the round. So here I got a little distracted while playing, and I thought I was pretty secure. So I was like, should I? So I was gonna click the relic, but due to the ping, because I was playing on I don't know what server it was, due to the ping and also the slowness, I clicked this 1 second too slow. See, I clicked it, but it didn't work. So I actually lost my win streak, and this is not how you want to do it. You want to click it a little earlier, you want to click it on the round you're about to lose. So here I lost a lot of income to the other player, and also I lost a lot of potential future income. That was a mistake for assassins. Other than that, this is a very solid win streak assassin game. Again, item selection, always go for anything that is offensive, and sometimes it's better offensive items. Now, one thing to notice, even though we go for offensive items, mana regeneration or even the bottle or even the monitor horn is actually amazing for assassins. You have multiple ways of controlling enemies. This include your Sand King, this also include your Spirit Breaker, this will also include your Queen of Pain. So having those available will be very good in the combination to come with late game. In the late game, it's not just about critical hitting, it's about controlling enemies. Now fast forward a little bit. Again, one thing I want to recommend is my goal is to get to level 9 before I start to roll for assassins. You can see that I am banking on the fact with higher chances at level 9. If you hover your mouse onto the D button over here, you get to see the chances of the units. I'm banking on the fact that maybe at least one legendary assassin, but more towards in finding 3 stars purple assassins, which are game changers. Now, during this time, the second relic I like to get for assassins is definitely the Forge, because this allows me to find a lot of good items, purple items for assassins. You can be finding spellcaster items that goes on the Magus like Refresher or the Queen of Pain. You can find Gladiator, which gives you tons of mana game. You can find Battle Fury that goes on the Pango or that goes on the Phantom Assassin. You can find so many good items in purple items, and even legendary items can be great. A huge power spike with assassins is going into 9 assassins, and there's so many of them to pick from. I tend to sell away the Morphling, even the Viper, and sometimes even the Slug because they're not that great for the late game. Spirit Breaker is not that useful as well, and I shift my focus towards the tier 3, tier 4, and also tier 5 high rank 2-star assassins. I'm not trying to get them to 3-star at this stage. Only after round 35 do we try for 3 stars because of additional chances with IO. So once you have 9 assassins, around round 21 to round 25, you really have the power spike, knowing that you have the right items and also most of your units are somewhat 2-star. So having a look over here, getting some gold. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I just remembered, I think at this stage, one of the reasons I didn't pick the Forge is because I actually depleted my gold. You can see that my gold went to level 9 and I depleted my gold. And I actually want to keep the current items I have on my units simply because I don't want to lose my Master Madness. I want to keep on the Slug, keep on the Stealth Assassin, later Phantom Assassin, and I want to boost back my economy. So here I actually decided to go with Stolen Vault to just get back my gold back to 40. And I think this is the biggest factor. I even sold the Morphling to make it to 40 gold because of the terrible mistake I made with losing the win streak. So around this time, once you have banned your units and you have gotten to level 9, rolling for assassins at this stage is preferable. Now, on the second half of the video, we'll have a look at how to roll for early game assassins that include a lot of 3-star assassins that are not high tier, like Slug, like Spirit Breaker, like Morphling. It is a different playstyle. It is a little more risky if you don't find them, and the timing may be a little slower. It is stronger, but much more risky. This playstyle usually guarantees you to be top 4. Other playstyles, sometimes you don't even make it because you can't find those 3-star assassins. So we'll have a look at later. But you can see we're quite strong with the 9 assassins. Especially with the Master Madness, gives Spirit Breaker tons of attack speed, and so does Slug. So let's have a look. So one good thing to look and one good thing to notice, I think I checked the available players that we're facing. So we're facing a demon player, we're facing an elves player, which can be a little harder. We're also facing a human player, human mage, dragon mage. We're facing a shaman player, which can be a little scary, and also a 6-orc. 6-orcs with 4 wizards. There's something I want to try, but it never seems to be that powerful for me at the moment. Now, in terms of the rest of the available assassins, I was lucky enough to see Queen of Pain over here, but there's no Phantom Assassin, which are really good replacements for the early game ones we have. And around this time, no need to be holding on to 40 gold. It is fine to be rolling deeper if I didn't have so much health. I had way too much health at the moment, not bad thing, but this meant that because I had so much health, I can afford to be a little greedy. If you don't have much health, rolling down to 20 gold or even 10 gold is fine, simply because you need to find units to stabilize after round 21. And going to level 9 and finding some crucial units, it's amazing. You can even use some legendaries that you don't normally use. Something like the Tide Hunter, something like Invoker, something like Goblin Techies can also work. So, in terms of the fights and also counters, what are really counters to assassins are going to be warriors. Against the warriors, it is more preferable to find the tier 5 item with the Havoc Hammer, and this will allow you to do pure damage. And you can say, yes, we started, I believe this is a shaman. There was a very strong shaman. So, after round 21, you tend to have a little more risky side to things because a lot of players' build becomes stable. And yes, I'm still rolling to try to get most of my assassins to 2-star before going to level 10. And that means getting Sand King and also Magnus to 2-star, and potentially finding Queen of Pain. That is the big focus over here. The position of your Riki is also important, but at the moment I haven't had time to check what is the best positioning. And I'm constantly rerolling items to just get a little edge ahead, to just get the basic items. I have not rolled for tier 4 items yet, which I'll be doing after round 25 or even after round 30. Okay, so what you're really looking for in a fight for assassins is that you want to take down units quickly. You don't want to draw on the fight. In order to do that, item that gives you more offensiveness, items that stuns enemies or control them is better. But you can see we don't have much of that for now, and I'll start to slowly lose my advantage. But that I had a lot of health to start off with. So, round 25, let's have a look at intro item. So let's have a look at the fight over here. I actually was looking around to other players to see what items they got and what did they play. So all 3 of those items are pretty defensive or utility based, and we don't need any of those. So I actually rerolled into Skadi. Not the best item as well, because it gives you more health, but it's not that offensive. It's okay to give to the Slag though. Bonus health is good. Now, what are the game-changing assassins? I would say that a lot of players like 3-star Phantom Assassin, and I do as well. She hits the hardest with Battle Fury, but one unit that is often missed is actually Pangolier. He actually deals a lot more bursty damage compared to Phantom Assassin, and if you give him the Battle Fury other than Phantom Assassin, this may be somewhat stronger than a 2-star Phantom Assassin. So I like to give offensive attacking items to Pangolier, and he tends to deal pretty sizable damage. So let's have a look over here. I don't think we do too well against the elves at this stage. How maybe we do? Let's have a look. Not really, there's too much evasion for us at the moment. And the mass is super strong. But you can see the damage numbers of Pangolier versus most of the other units, he's quite high. So, the mid phase of the game is when assassins are weaker. Even though you get to 9 assassins, I only have 1 2-star purple assassin, while other players are finding tons of purple and also legendary units, and I'm not finding my legendaries. I was hoping to really find it, but sometimes it doesn't happen. And this is when you lose a lot. 31 damage, did you see that? I was like, oh boy. And that is a shaman player that is about to be super strong. He's got 2-star, look at this, he's got 2-star Arc Warden, and he's also got the Disruptor. He's almost ready, and I am very concerned about this particular shaman. So, coming back to the game, I have been rolling, and if you guys have noticed, I even bought some legendary to boost my race. I finally got my Sand King, and around this time I also find my 2-star Magnus. So what is my next goal is to find purple items, and also I found the 2-star Phantom Assassin. We're just strong enough to survive this phase of the game. In terms of positioning of assassins, I'm not the best in positioning those because I haven't played them often enough, but some general thoughts. The assassins I want to take damage before they jump are placed in the front. So this is Magnus and also Sand King. Before they jump, because they're right in the front line, they will take some damage before they jump. Taking damage means gaining more mana, so this means they have chances to cast their spells earlier. I also have the Stealth Assassin in the middle to give a more coverage of the Smoke Cloud, which silence and also make enemies miss. And most of my assassins will jump right where the Smoke Cloud is. Sometimes I'll place Queen of Pain and also other units right behind it for a bit of mana gain, but not too risky. And that's just my general positioning. And we'll adjust this one depending on the last few players left, if we survive that long. So let's have a look. See, Magnus and also Sand King takes a bit of damage before they jump, and then they jump and is in almost instant cast with the right items like the bottle or a bit of mana gain. And this gives us a very overwhelming attack after enemies are stunned. And of course, the 2-star assassins does help. So, compared to before, we found our way to the Phantom Assassin and also Magnus over here, and that helped us to stabilize. What you can see is the top 4 players are pretty decided. The last 2 players is struggling to survive, while the top 4 players are decided. It's about how you play the late game. Now, during this time, it's better to prioritize on items. Items is what changes the game. You want to survive to round 35 so you can have higher chance of finding IO. You don't really need level 11, so I always recommend in getting higher IO chance and then finding your 3-star assassins, and that will be the massive game changer. And also right items, of course. So looking around, we lost again, nothing too fancy. And yes, you might see me preemptively getting to level 10 as well for 2 reasons. Is that getting to level 10 means I have higher chance of finding my Queen of Pain, which is much needed, higher purple unit chance, and finally, 1 additional synergy that I can add onto Assassins. Now here, I have also found the Shiver's Guard. Shiver's Guard on Magnus is not great, but Shiver's Guard allows Magnus to deal damage to enemies. Similar to Gladinier, if you do damage to enemies, you gain mana. So look at Magnus' mana. He's got the bottle, he's got Shivers, and once he casts the Shivers, notice when he jumped, he's pretty much at maximal mana. I want Magnus to cast as fast as he can to control enemies, and then this gives us the upper hand. So it's about mana gaining and also itemization in the late game. Nothing great here. And I even took the Stolen Vault again. Now, I would really wish to get the Forge so I can get better items, but not luck. Now, in terms of the final synergy, I like to go with Assassins. I know some players like to go with a Torrents, which is not bad. I also have a game with that. Some players like to go with Magus, very defensive, especially when you have Tidehunter, it's great. But often enough, I like to go with something like Lash Track that give us the 2 Stampede or the 2 Center synergy. So why is that? It's because I want Magnus to be in the middle of the fight. Sometimes Magnus will cast his ultimate in the wrong position, and that is not good. I want Magnus to be right in the middle, and the best way to do that is to have the center synergy. And also finding multiple Lash Track does really help us, right? So here, let's put down the Lash Track. It is a much needed magical damage, not that we deal much with just 1 Lash Track, but it's good. And this really gives my Magnus the highest potential to be jumping into the fray. Now I am selling a few of my units to recuperate my gold. I'm still looking for a 3-star Slug and maybe 3-star Phantom Assassin because I have more items for her. Let's have a look at Magnus. See, the Shiver's Guard allows us to gain tons of mana, but I was poorly positioned in front of the anti-mage, so that did not help. And also, yes, his Marzi is very powerful. Well, I made it to the top 4. Let's see if we can do further. 4% health. Okay, finding more Magnus, finding more Zenkin. Not really what I want. I want to find the Queen of Pain. That's what I'm looking for. But the Assassin's okay too. Nothing. Okay, pretty bad. So I used all my gold, I can't find anything. Remember I mentioned for the late game, it's also about itemization. I realized the little items on Phantom Assassin is not going to cut it. We need purple items, and this is the time I'm rolling for purple items. I also keep the boots. Boots are good for assassins. So out of those items, there's nothing that is a game changer. The Abuser Blade will stun 1 enemy, but I need spell casting. I need something for the Magnus or something for the Lash Track to deal even better damage. That was not luck. You can see sometimes when you random items, you might not get the best luck. I plan to give all the items to the Phantom Assassin, but this have to be the next round. Now, I'm not saying Butterfree is bad, guys, but I don't have the right item to enable Butterfree. But the good thing is Magnus was able to cast the spell as I hoped, and that is the bigger factor. And looking over here, can we make it? We did not. Oh boy, I definitely picked the wrong Assassin's game. This is not the one I was hoping. I thought this was the 3-star Magnus game. Oh boy. Oh, it actually shows the top 3 at least. Oh, I must have lost the replay. So over here, I managed to find the 3-star Magnus game. And we're just gonna briefly come back over here and I will edit this into the video so that you actually see this part. So what else has happened? So over here in this game, which I also provide you guys with a replay, and in the very early stage of the game, I was actually to find a Queen of Pain through the Panda. Yes, I like to have Panda on the board, and Panda sometimes can give you a random unit. So let me show you guys a little earlier around this time. Not this time. Did I find the Panda? Or maybe it's a different one. Okay, it's a different one. I found did not find Queen of Pain with a Panda, but I found Earth Spirit with a Panda. And I used the Panda, the Earth Spirit, as the main source of stunning and tanking for the front line, and also finding the units as we explained. So In the later stage of the game, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. You can see that I went to level 9 quite quickly and I crafted my first tier 5 item, and that was Gladinier. So let's come back over here. Sorry for the confusion. It took me a while to find the replays. Turns out I was just opening wrong replays. So I was like, where did they go? So here, what you can see is I have a Queen of Pain, and I think I found her quite early in the game. And knowing that having the Queen of Pain gives me more hope that I can be stronger. And I think something happened over here. Let me have a look. Can I find? Okay, so the Panda keeps giving me units, which is great. And I'm looking around to see enemies and to see what are they playing, what are they doing, and if they're countering my synergies. There's no assassins. Actually, there is a semi-assassin, but he's not that scary for now. So here, one of the players died, and this actually gave me one of the relic that was not used. This is actually a very surprising factor. I didn't expect this, but we take this to advantage. I already have Essence Leaf, and I didn't notice there's a relic on the floor. I also found a Primal Beast, which is very good. So having pandas, look at this, having pandas with Lucky Fish is actually one big advantage for me that made it work. And that was amazingly powerful. Of course, even the Primal Beast is not as good having the full synergy with 9 assassins. Now, what little did I realize is I had a relic on the floor, and this relic allows me to get something better. And this means I actually went, as you might have guessed, I went to egg my Queen of Pain. I put her in a Grievous Egg, and this will make my team much weaker for the next few rounds, but once she grows into 3 out of 9, if you focus on egg, it says 1 out of 9, and then if she grows to 3 out of 9 stage, I can sell the egg and recuperate my 2-star Queen of Pain, which is what I'm planning to do. Let's fast forward this one a little bit. So, fast forward the part I lost. You can see that I planned that in the neutral round, I'm clicking on egg. You can see the egg is currently 2 out of 9. And I'm going to fast forward a little bit. And over here, the egg haven't grown. Sometimes there's chances. Every round is a chance for the egg to grow. And what I wanted to show you guys is over here. Wait for it. And over here, we have the 2-star Queen of Pain. So what happened? There's something in case I haven't talked about this relic. If this grows to 3 out of 9, you will be able to get a 2-star unit that you put in egg. But before that, notice I was losing to players non-stop. Losing to the Savage player, losing to Beast players, and losing massively. I even using the Tangles I had in spare. The Tangles are really helpful because I ran a losing streak. So looking over here, egg went to 3 out of 9, got the Queen of Pain, and all the good items goes to her. Now, what I really wanted to show you is in a much later stage of the game, and especially finding my 3-star Magus. So notice Magus is your 2-star. And we're losing to both of the players. They're defeating us massively. I believe there's one that is a very in-game with a Templar Assassin, and you can see here, he even have gods as well, so she has multiple casting. It is the other player, that both players are destroying me right now. But, of course, I wanted to show you guys the big Magus find. Okay, found Magus, and I was like, if I get one more IO, I know where the other one goes. Trying to get all the 3-star assassins. Notice here with the choices of finding higher IO chance, this is what gives us the more advantage. And did get my Pengo? Did not get the Magus on this round, did I? So here, the other players I'm facing is going to be 9 warriors. Again, 9 warriors are very powerful simply because they have so much armor, and 9 assassins are usually countered by the warriors. And you got to see exactly what happens. We can't penetrate the armor, and they do so much retaliation, pure damage depending on the armor, that is destroying us. So I'm losing to the high rank gods assassin, and also losing to the warriors at the moment. But finding IO will change things, would it? Let's have a look. Of course, we go for the Magus instead of the 3-star Senkin. Here is Magus. And if you notice briefly, look at what items my Magus had. So have a look. So here we had, show the post. We have Refresher and Monitor Horn. Those are the 2 best items for almost any build that use control, especially for the Magus. 3-star Magus, with Refresher, Monitor Home together with the Leg Track. Let's have a look at what happens to the fights now. Of course, this might not be easy as well. I'll give him whatever items I have left. Yeah, pretty happy that I finally found the Magnus. Found the Magnus video, I mean. Let's have a look. So Magnus goes in, stuns everyone, refreshes, stuns everyone again, and then Queen of Pain follows up. And then this gives us the best result. The Queen of Pain also does pure damage because of her demon synergy, which is amazingly powerful with more attack speed. We still lost. Okay, how do we change this then? So I'm going to face the warriors now. Let's have a look at the fights with warriors together with Magnus. That's a 3-star doom, I believe. It's a 2-star or 3-star? Looks pretty scary. Okay, 1-star with Magnus, 2-star with Magnus, together with Queen of Pain. That should seal the deal, right? But the warriors are so strong because they gain double armor when they are actually, you know it, they will gain double armor when they actually have lower life. So when they're below 50% life, the armor gets doubled. And that is something I can't deal with. 1% health now. Oh boy. So I've decided to take all the items out and start to prepare to craft items. Let me show you guys over here. So what are the best items we craft? We mentioned about the assault carriers. Now I give the assault carriers to the Magnus, and let me just show you guys a little briefly. So one of the reasons I didn't go for the pure damage with Havoc Hammer is I know my Queen of Pain is already doing pure damage, and I don't have a template assassin. I don't need more pure damage onto a demon unit, and the assault carriers will counter the warriors to minus the armor, which is essential for us. And lowering the warriors' armor and lower enemies' armor just give us so much stats. Having the Magnus holding this item is what will change the game. Let's have a look over here. Magnus goes in, Magnus stuns, Magnus lowers the armor, and the Magnus can finish them off. Look how smooth the fight is after finding the assault carriers and also the right items on the Magnus. I mean, it's close enough, but we start to come back. The two players that used to bully us is no match, and over here the Magnus actually have some of the best items. I'm just fast forwarding a little bit to show you guys the Magnus with all his mighty items. So here I've decided to give all the good items to the Magnus, and let's have a look at the fights over here. So what does the Magnus have? Monitor Home, Refresher, Assault Carries, Battle Free, and also Magunia plus with a Crimson Guard. He's really stacked. He's a carry Magnus in a real Dota game. Of course, he found the right place to run place the star enemies. But the area of radius of control is massive. And the Magnus is pretty much cleaving for like 1,000, 2,000, right? Look at this. Oh, he grabbed my Magnus. Just when I was showcasing how strong he is, he actually lost to them. Okay, final boss. Now, I did go to level 11, thankful for my, thankful for my additional gold. But yeah, the Naga over here is not bad because having the anti-magic, especially he's got a 3-star Lash Track, is actually very good. And let's have a look at the final fights. Again, Magnus is the star of the show. The 3-star Magnus permanent control. So he goes in, found the wrong side, but he stunned a lot of them. After 2 stuns with the Battle Free Cleave, there you go. So I wanted to show you guys the assassins, and I want to show you guys the way of playing high rank purple assassins can be really powerful. And you can see how Magnus did about 11,000 damage. Now, it doesn't have to be the Magnus, and yes, I was looking for the Templar all this time. I never found her until now. And that should seal the deal, right? So, one of the highlights for the assassins, the way I play it, instead of rolling for 3 stars, I want to roll for 3-star purples and legendaries to 2 stars for the much later stage of the game. And this, I feel, is a safer method, and this also shows you the power of assassins when you get the right items. Look at this Magnus go. It is glorious. Wow, it is so lovely to see as powerful Magnus, and I felt this game was such a comeback because I was down to so low health and then coming back with a rampaging Magnus. And of course, this replay will be available for you guys to have a look, and I'm glad that I finally found the replay about the highlights for the assassins to show you guys everything related to low level assassins to higher level assassins. And we didn't face easy enemies. We faced a player with a lot of 3 stars, even legendaries, and a almost full 3-star legendary warrior who is very strong units, and this shows you the right items and also combinations can make it work for assassins. Let me show you guys some other correct late game stage of the assassins. It made to top 4, I guess it's good, but it's not exactly what I was hoping to show you guys. That was all good. I should check the full replay. I can't believe I actually named the replay wrongly. So back to something else that is, don't worry guys, I'll give you all the replays. So back to something else that is much more consistent. So here we have assassins, and you can see this is 9 assassins. Even though we don't have Templar assassin, we have the remaster as one of the assassins. We also found Queen of Pain to 2-star, and that is something I did not get on the last game. And also I prepared some of the Elder Titan in case I want the 10th unit, and you can see. So what I was really hoping for while looking for purple item is something like Gladiator. If you have mana gain items together with Gladiator, even though the other items are not great, tons of mana gain items together with Gladiator, have a look at my Queen of Pain, what happens at the start of the fight. Items like Gladiator and Queen of Pain is amazingly powerful for the mana gain. And Spotlight will also help us to counter the elves. The elves tend to go evasive, and this will help us to go through anything that goes invisible in case they go for 9 elves. So here's an elf as well. So Gladiator, after Gladiator, the Queen of Pain with enough mana basic items have maximum mana instantly. And let's look at this. She will cast the ultimate at the start of the fight, and that pretty much annihilated his entire team before the fight even started. So I was hoping to do something similar with Magus, but of course I couldn't find the right items. But even with that, it is a big fight, and with the elves, especially with the illusions, this is when the Ringmaster tend to be more handy. And the Queen of Pain casting multiple times does really help us. I still can't get over the fact that I lost that game. I didn't check the replay. Oh, the Magus game was glorious. You should have seen that. The Battle-Free Refresher Assault Carries Magus. He's a 3-star Magus that was unbeatable. I wonder if I can still find the replays for you guys after the recording. I'll have a look. So you can see how strong the assassins can be. And I'm going to fast forward a little bit. The Queen of Pain even have Assault Carries now after crafting my items a little bit. Let me show you guys over here. So I took off her items. Of course, I want to give her Gladiator. After that, let's have a look. We can make a perfect tier 5 item. And I went for Assault Carries. Now, Assault Carries is the biggest game changer in terms of assassins for the tier 5 items. Now, you can go with Hex, of course. Hex is great for most things, but Assault Carries gives you so many things. So it gives the carrier bonus armor and also attack speed, but the aura gives your allies that bonus armor is great, but the minus 10 armor AoE is what makes the game changer. This pretty much amplifies your entire team's physical damage by close to 30 or 40%. And that is no joke. Because once you have 9 assassins and you crit, if you one-shot enemies and you gain another crit, and you continue to have the synergy to gain more crit, and this is very powerful. But the downside of losing my mana gain item, notice my Queen of Pain is not casting instantly. It's not the biggest factor because I think the Assault Carries will give us more edge. Now of course sometimes with a very strong Alchemist it might not be easy. So let's have a look. Look at the Assault Carry screen. It's quite tanky. Didn't win this fight, but let's keep looking. Now over here, it is definitely optional to group the units together with Queen of Pain, and again, Gladiator helps, and taking damage helps too. So they had Gladiator onto my Queen of Pain, and in reverse, she took damage, and she retaliated with ultimate. So the bigger focus here is the positioning of your units, the late game item synergy, and also the choices of which item to go onto which unit. Ooh, this is also a tough fight. So I'm gonna fast forward a little bit, and don't worry guys, I'll have the replays available for you guys to have a look. And oh yes, I was gonna say, one upside of playing assassin game that starts with the assassins, so I'll show you guys over here. The assassin game started with one Queen of Pain, but later we were able to discover also Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin is a very powerful assassin that deals higher damage than Queen of Pain, simply because of her spellcasting and also ability to go through multiple units. So you can see we're barely fighting on, it's half-half at the moment, but as I keep rolling I'm finding more Templar Assassin. We're facing elves over here, and elves are very difficult because their ability to duplicate units, but after finding my assault carriers and also more Templar assassin, game has become much easier. I want to show you guys the Templar assassin. Yes, here I am giving all the good items to the Templar assassin, and because I know she will be the one that survived the longest. And any mana item will still go on to Queen of Pain, so she can use the Gladiator. But other than that, we stick everything onto the Templar, and she can be something very powerful. And one thing to notice, I'm also trying to find a 2-star stealth assassin for this game, to go even further to 3 stars. Now, let's have a look at the fight. Here we're facing the Night Elves. One thing to notice with Assassin is that if you can one-shot enemy and then one-shot them continuously, you constantly have the permanent crit buff, and this allows every shot of the Templar Assassin to be a crit. Now, you might have noticed the other player also made a mistake of losing his Night Elves. He went back to his 4 monks, and that was not good. He needed the elves. So he lost the game because he changed out of the synergy, and you can see that we did short work of him. But if it's Night Elves, you will need a Monkey Kimba if you can for the purple item, and that will help a lot. Oh, I'm so sad I deleted that Magus game. So, let's have a look at this one. Similar build, similar concept, and should have used this one as an example. So, what do we have here? Oh, this time I have an Ember Spirit, so yes. If you guys ever wondering, you can play Assassins with Ember Spirit. And here, of course, you can see I have Queen of Pain and also Templar. It is the same playing style, but Ember Spirit, well, if you can find him to 3-star, yes, give him the best items. If he's only a 2-star Ember Spirit, I stop giving him the best items. Again, the replay will be available for you guys to have a look. It is somewhat a little lackluster for Ember Spirit, and you can see I've even taken back the Ember Spirit in favor of other units, simply because Ember Spirit, it's just not great for 2 stars. 3 stars is perfect, because he needs to kill enemies. But we already have Templar, we have Queen of Pain. And let's have a look at the fights. Oh, we're facing a Marcy player. Doing pretty well, and coming back with 1%. I think that's why I like the replay so much for this one. So yes, I sold out Ember Spirit, and I also have the Ringmaster. Ringmaster will help. And Ringmaster have a lot of good stats. You can see that my itemization, the Monitor Horn, is a very powerful item on the Sand King together with a Magus. So those items, especially having last track, is something I wanted to show you guys in the previous replay before I found the wrong replay. So what's going to happen is the Stampede Centers will run in and Magus will cast his ultimate in the group of enemies, giving him a much better casting. If I just give him the Monitor Horn without the Center of Stampede synergy, what's going to happen is, well, the Magus will just cast his ultimate right at the start without facing the enemy. Notice that he is purposely positioned away from the Magus, and this means that even better chance of me charging in. So I needed the Last Strike or even any center unit to charge in. Let's have a look at the fights. So, Magus, if he charges in, he should be able to cast instantly before anti-mage gets him. Of course, he did not charge in, which is a little unfortunate. So he's stunned about 3 or 4 units because the enemy, the Dark Widow, actually cast onto my Magus. But thankfully, my other units was able to do enough work, especially this Templar. So let me show you guys the items on the Templar, and this is how you can counter the warriors. So items on the Templar, attack speed is great, but firstly you want to find items that gives you damage. You can go with the data list, but I don't think it's a big game changer. The biggest game changer is having pure damage. So if you're looking for TF item, assault carriers for overall damage amplification, but for single target damage, going with Havoc Hammer. After Havoc Hammer, we have tons of items that boost our attack speed, even critical chances. And you can see the Templar Assassin did about close to 10,000 pure damage. Last Track is also good. Neutral round, nothing too special. We'll do short work of the neutral round. And one back from 1%, slowly back. And yes, something I want to mention is that after round 35, especially if you have the Essence Lift, you will enjoy both the higher levels, but also having higher IO chance. This is how you find 3-star Assassins. And you're going to see over here, I have so many options to find multiple different 3-star assassins, and this gives us the biggest upper hand. Not on this front though. Coming back to the fights, if we have a look at my Magnus, he's positioned a little away, but he also got caught. Not the best. So look at the Magnus, he went in and he stunned about 6 units. It's always important to get the stuns right, and I feel like if you combine Magnus and Sand King and also Queen of Pain, like the beautiful display over here, they do a lot of damage. It's not just about hitting the enemy, but also the right positioning and also right items. Yes, Metal Magnus. So I'm open for Sand King, I'm open for Magnus. The Phantom Assassin is out of the picture now. Oh, Magnus. I actually decided to not get the Magnus, thinking I can find something else, but it did not work. So sometimes it's better to keep all the Magnus ahead instead of doing the wrong way around. And also I was a little slow in giving her items. I wanted some lifesteal on Phantom Assassin. And I was like, I'm gonna give all the items. The rest of the items I just give to Queen of Pain. And usually Maniga on Queen of Pain, but the biggest damage dealer will be the Phantom Assassin right now. Not Phantom, Templar. Oh my gosh, have I been saying the wrong one? The Templar Assassin, I mean. Not the best rolling, I have to be honest with you guys, because I haven't really prioritized on what units I wanted, and constantly I'm selling and reselling units, but really looking for IO. I'm looking for 2-star IO and go from that. But the bigger highlight is actually the smoothness of the Templar Assassin. The powers of Templar Assassin is very overwhelming, simply because this shows you that even with a terrible rolling strategy and not finding the Penguin and not finding the Sand King, because I just need the one, right? I need the one IO, I need the one of those units, but this still works, simply because of the itemization and the timing I was rolling. I was rolling for units at level 9, and then finding Queen of Pain and also Phantom Assassin, unlike the other games, I found both over here, and the right itemization really does wonders. Final fight. I do believe he's got a 3-star Monkey King as well. I went from 1% to 14%, which is pretty amazing. Yeah, 3-star Monkey King and 3-star Marcy. Again, our Magnus is very important in stunning enemies and giving us the upper hand, and then Templar just one-shots them. Templar? Okay. Templar? No, Templar died. Just want to compliment the Templar. So here the Monkey King actually locked us in, and Monkey King had Battlefield as well. I guess the fight continues. Maybe this is the game I run on 3-star assassins. So, Gladiator? Remember Gladiator? Very powerful Queen of Pain. Oh, I found Sand King. Finally! I'm gonna roll a little bit to see if I find something else. I'm looking for Pango as well. So I'm gonna fuse the Sand King. I really look for one more Pango. If I can find a Pango, that would be great, but no Pango. So, too many IOs. Now let's have a look at the item choices. The Gladiator goes on the Queen of Pain. And then we have enough to craft another purple item. And we will do so. I was like, which item? So you got to keep one lower tier item. So after that, not the best. Battlefield is not great on both of my legendaries, so I actually refreshed into a Cloak of Tyrant, which is the worst choice. I should have kept the Dagon for the Queen of Pain. Dagon can also give her tons of mana, by the way. So Gladiator on the Queen of Pain, gains more mana, and then cast almost instantly. Of course, she's disabled. But if you look over here, the Magnus actually did this job. His Tide also did his job. Oh no, the Monkey King also is the center stampede. But the Templar is the biggest factor. Look at those crits. 2000, 2000, and that's how we took them down. So this shows you that late game high cost rolling assassins is very powerful if you find the 2-star legendaries and also the right items. Now finally, before I finish, I know the video is a little disorganized simply because I found the right wrong replay. Let's have a look at the 1 cost. This is back when Slack was 1 cost. So how do you want to roll for 3-star assassins? This is a little interesting. You want to stay on level 5. Let me show you guys over here. I also picked the mango tree. Mango tree is very good. If you guys haven't tried the mango tree, check out our replays about mango trees or the guide about the relics. It is the most powerful item if you know how to use it. So one thing with the high rolling or 3-star rolling assassins is that you want to stay on level 5 mostly to roll for your tier 1 assassins. Back then it was the Slug and also Magus. Now you can actually roll on level 6 for most of the tier 2 assassins, including Morphling with the Faceless Void and also Slug. So what you're gonna say is I'll be banning units and looking for things to ban. So there are two choices. You can ban the warriors, which gives you somewhat a costly ban, but you can also ban the trolls. Notice if I ban the trolls, it's higher chance of me finding tier 1 units. So this is before. In the past, it was actually better to find the slug, but now looking back, you can ban the warriors, and of course Slaughter is a little higher. The warriors is a more costly ban. You have to ban the units before you start rolling, and you can see I have started rolling on level 5. Just to show you guys what eventually became my team. And round 16, oh, of course, you roll after round 15, I forgot to say. So why you want to roll after round 15 is this. I'm sure you guys know. So on round 15, you will have the choice of selecting the greedy talent, and this is when you really want to roll, and this is when I start rolling. And you can see here you can have option to pick up any 3-star tiny or something that for the front line, or even the brewmaster, but mostly you just want enough space for your assassins. 3-star rolling assassin is especially powerful when no one's contesting you and you have the room and also space to roll for those units. So let's look at the units we're really looking for. Of course, we don't have the best items here. So the units we're looking for 3-star assassins are Slug, Spirit Breaker, Morphling, Faceless Void, and then any unit that is tier 3, especially Stealth Assassin, is welcome. I don't think Kaz or Viper is a game changer, so prefer to go with more Stealth Assassin or Ricky and also Senkin. Just to show you guys what happens when you keep rolling. So now this is a good demonstration. So notice that I overflood the board, of course. It is crazy when you overflood the board, and sometimes you make the mistake over here. Notice I double sold a little unit because I was overflooding too much. So the downside of assassins is ability to overflood the board, and sometimes if you don't find the 3-star assassins, this happens. So this is why I don't like to teach you guys the hyper rolling method unless you really know how to overflood the board. And you can see it is very painful. There's so many choices you have to make, and your board is so overflooded, you're like panicking and clicking. But if you get it right, it is powerful. Slug, Spirit Breaker, a lot of good things can happen. Let me fast forward to show you guys what happens in the later stage. Here we have most of my assassins to 3-star. With the Slug, Morphling, and also Faceless Void. I don't think I found a Spirit Breaker though, did I? Faceless Void, Slug, Morphling, yeah, no Spirit Breaker, unfortunately. Now, second to that, one powerful item that goes on the Slug and also Phantom Assassin is the Battle Fury. This will give you tons of AoE damage, which you miss very dearly. I'll be considering whether I should keep the Battle Fury or not. And of course, the rolling assassins have a big weakness is the delay of getting to level 9. And here, as you guys can see, I'm having trouble to find the rest of my assassins. And I need 9 assassins to really stabilize. Not the best display, but you got to see the downside of the assassins. I was like, what should I do? I actually give the Battle Fury to Slug or to Phantom? I give the Battle Fury to Slug. So one saving grace for this particular game is that I have a Battle Fury and also have Assault Carries on Slug. So Slug is a hyper booster unit, but you can also see other players finding the Divine Rapier over here. And Gliding Arrows, that's not great. But good that the stun goes off. But you can see the Slug becomes a one-man army trying to solo the entire team. And it gets stunned. Not the best. Oh, this is close, right? This is a very close game. I'm down to 12% and there's still 6 players left. Let's see what happens. Finally found the Queen of Pain. Oh, that was crazy. And finally found 9 assassins. That should give us a much better edge. I think I'll put on, yeah, I'm gonna get the Magnus to 2-star. So massive upgrades over here. Again, Hyper rolling 3-star assassins can work, especially when you roll at level 5 or level 6, but the bigger drawback is the gold you spend on rolling, you still need to be level 9, and you still needed those legendary assassins in the much later stage of the game. It is very strong once you have them. Look at the enemies getting melted, but drawback is you might miss your timing, and notice I went to the bottom of the leaderboard simply because it was so much delayed for me. And finding Magneton is a massive upgrade for the Magnus. Monitor home for the Magnus. Perfect. I'll actually give to the Queen of Pink. So yes, Queen of Pink also used the Monitor Horn, and right now I don't have the 2 center stampede synergy to guarantee the Magnus cast correctly, so I actually give it to the Queen of Pink. Queen of Pink casting instantly is actually very powerful. Having her in the corner covers half of the map, and you can see the half of the map is pretty much disabled for 2 seconds. But the Zeus is pretty strong though. Hold on, can we do it? I'm offling. Oh yes, I also correctly used my mango tree. If you guys used over here, I still have a golden mango, and that was my saving grace. Top 3 now. And yes, I have been saving IOs for my potential in 2-star legendaries, whether it's Temple Assassin or Queen of Pain. The IOs are very powerful. Usually I only use IOs for making units to 3-star or finding 2-star purple units or legendaries, of course. Let's have a look at the fights. So, Queen of Pain disabled, but we also disabled him back. And having the Assault Carrots give us so much more potential for damage. This is an Orc player, I believe. Very tanky. Surprisingly tanky. We defeated the other player, we make it to top 2. But of course I use my mango. So this shows you the power of having a mango giving 1 more fighting chance. So, what does he have? He's got Gods and he's got Orcs. Oh, this is actually so powerful. Because his Orcs makes him so much tankier, having the Gods means his Beastmaster was summoned multiple times, together with Juggernaut. Ugh, it's disgustingly powerful. Now, but to get there, he had to roll a lot of early game units. Readjusting my units a little bit, let's have a look at the fights. Oh, this is a neutral round. Butterfly. So, won't be the easiest fight because it's got a Gladiator, which is a really good counter to Assassins. Gladiator means that we can't jump right away, and that means we're vulnerable. Good that we have Queen of Pain to counter that. Now Magnus did a really good job. Wasn't for the Magnus, or we can't do it. But you can see, the one good counter to Assassins, and especially this like kind of 3-star rolling assassin actually left too quickly. So I did lose. So one good counter to the Assassins, especially rolling for 3 stars, is when the enemies have too much health, too much defensiveness. Even though I found most of my units to 3-star, it was not enough. I would actually prefer to go with the higher rolling legendary assassins, especially with a Templar assassin, simply because this gives me much more room and also more opening. And you can see how powerful they are in the late game. What I'll do now is I'll provide you guys with multiple copies of the Assassins game, and hopefully this explains my thoughts of Assassins. I won't say I'm an expert, but I have some mixed successes and also top 4s with Assassins. And I also try to look for the 3-star Magnus game for you guys if I can find it as well. And
and shields front! Master of Beasts.
Clinker, clinker.
Dragonas! At your service.
Not out of sight.
From the deeps, I rise.
When dark night rises, I'll be waiting. Prepare for poison.
Eyes up and shields front!
Azrai. Face the sword.
Nightcrawler.
Dramatic entrance.
Dark Reed Rising.
One way.
Poison.
Monster kill.
The Veiled Sisters sent me. The veiled sister.
From the deeps, I rise. King of the desert.
There are none who cannot be mimicked. There are none who cannot be mimicked.
It's good to be. By the impure powers of the elements of my nature are in torment. Dramatic entrance.
No Slytherin may fail.
The Honorable Dante Panna, at your service.
There are none who cannot be mimicked.
King of the desert.
Don't blink or you'll miss me. The veil.
I was already bordering on absurd.
You have my gratitude. You have my gratitude.
The Veiled Sisters sent me.
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
Wait, Luke, I am a robot. Yeah, just kidding. Nightcrawler. I run like a clock.
I'm not maceless.
Dog Reef Rising.
Spirit Breaker. Durlock stands ready.
Nice, get it.
Dog Reef Rises. I'll be waiting.
Dr. Clinker.
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
Nightcrawler.
Master of Beasts. Master of
Nightcrawler.
calls another.
Dragonas! At your service.
I am the new Mark II Rattletap. Just kidding.
There's a price on all their heads.
Dr. Clinker.
Siren rises from the deep.
Ice is nice.
For the castle. For the castle.
Enchant?
Changes nothing.
Time for target practice.
Time for I
Service, Salamene.
At your service.
Dr. Clinker.
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Monster kill! I break like the wind!
My suit should keep me
The
comfortable
Honorable
through
Dota
all of this.
At your service.
It's in the bag! I thank you. This one's on me.
The monkey.
Well, blow me down. I thank you. Spirit Breaker. King of the desert.
Honorable Dante Panda.
At your service.
Time for some roleplay.
A bit of style.
There are dumb who cannot be
King of the desert.
The Veiled Sisters sent me.
him left-handed.
The Veiled Sisters sent me. Don't blink when you listen.
King of the desert.
The honorable.
Behold the horn of Magus. Eyes up and shields front. The Dusk is always ready for a fight. This one's on me. Who is that? Show yourself!
Guardian of the Flame. Thanks be to you.
Axe or fists, it changes nothing.
Time for a bonfire.
Dr. Clinker.
One wave follows another. It's happy hour. This one's on me. God of War! Thanks. Tusker! No brave for you.
Tis a price on all. Tis a price on all their heads.
heart stands ready.
For the right price, anything.
One way follows another.
endless void.
Feel the earth shake. Spirit Breaker.
Time to shove off.
Samurai. Everything lies within nothing.
King.
The Veiled Sisters sent me.
A world out of balance.
I may be faceless, but I'm not maceless. Guardian of the Flame. Everything lies with the Guardian of the Flame. A higher state achieved.
Never find your grave.
king
This one's
of
on
the
me.
desert.
Out of sight. Time's pendulum stops.
Behold the horn of
Thanks be to you.
Do I look taller?
This one's on me.
Spirit Breaker.
Monster kill! Your enemies, my fuel.
The Honorable Dante Panda, at your service.
Everything lies within nothing.
Sneaky, aren't I?
Faceless Void.
The Veiled Sisters sent me.
Somatic entrance.
Guardian of the Flame. Thanks be to you.
Don't blink with it.
The Honorable Dante Panda, at your
They'll
service.
never.
The hunt.
The Veiled Sisters.
The Honorable Dante Panda, at your service.
Behold the horn of Magus.
Out of sight.
The next level of my ordination. Thanks. Thanks.
Kazurai. Everything lies within nothing. Scripted to perfection.
Out of sight.
King.
They'll never find.
It's going to be king.
Time for.
By the impure powers of nature.
The Honorable Dota Panda at your service.
I want to raise my rate.
You have my gratitude.
Honorable Dante Panda, at your service.
In green, I go.
The elements of my nature are in torment.
Hold the horn of
The Honorable Dante Panlan, at your service. I wouldn't want to let my fans down.
The ve-
King.
By the impure powers of nature.
Behold the horn of Magus.
The Honorable Dante Panlan, at your service.
Ice is nice.
The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Guess we better.
Oh, yes!
Dr. Clinker.
Guess we better.
Yep.
Eyes up!
My spirit returns to flesh.
I may be faceless, but I'm not faceless. Thanks for that.
From the deeps, I rise.
There's a price on all their heads. Nightcrawler. Robots.
Guess we better.
I come with evil dreams.
Faceless Void.
King of the desert. These are the days of defeat. King of the desert.
Time's pendulum stops. The waters are teeming.
Prepare for poison.
Monster kill! This one's on me.
Dog meat rising.
One wave. It's good to be king. Mega kill. One wave follows another.
I may be faceless, but I'm faceless voice. Soul.
The waters are teeming. Swept to victory.
Prepare for poison. Night.
The Veiled Sisters sent me. Many thanks.
Mega kill.
Nightcrawler. Out of sight.
For the Kazurai.
Spirit Breaker.
Dark Reap rising. Prepare for poison. At Rockons. Time season stops. Sneaky, aren't I? But I'm not mistless.
The Veiled Sisters sent me.
Spirit Breaker.
Night. At Rockons.
Faceless void. This form is my purpose.
Night.
To the Kazarite.
The Honorable Dante Panlan, at your service.
Spirit Breaker.
To the Kazarite.
The Honorable Dante Panlan, at your service.
I need faceless.
Dota needs faceless.
To the Kazarite.
Behold the horn of Magus.
Out of sight. Out of sight.
sisters sent me. Many thanks. Many thanks. All needs work.
Spirit Breaker.
For the Kazurai.
This one's on me.
Many thanks.
This one's on me. Monster kill! Eyes up and shields front!
Behold my beauty.
King.
The Veiled Sisters sent me.
Holy shit. Doesn't better. Behold the horn of Magus. Brad Warden.
Time for some role play.
For the Kazurai.
Give me the power. assassins.
For the Kazurai. Righteous!
Time for some roleplay. My thanks.
I am the smartest bird.